Thank you. Please have a seat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hope you had a great weekend. We have, we'll start, Mr. Alanis, you have your next witness, sir.
Angelica Hernandez, Your Honor.
Angelica Hernandez. Good morning, Ms. Hernandez. You have already been sworn in, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
You continue under that same oath today. Please have a seat on this side. You know what, Ms. Hernandez, actually, you know what, yeah, I did believe that. I swore you in again with,
Yes.
along with the 4 or 5 other folks that were with you, that's right. Have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You can just move the mic up. Could you please state your name for the record?
Angelica Hernandez.
And what is your relationship to Griselda Hernandez?
She's my sister.
And what is your relationship to Dominic Hernandez?
He's my nephew.
Without giving me the address here in Laredo, did you all grow up together?
Yes, we did.
Okay, what's the age difference between you and your sister?
She's 9 years younger than me.
Okay. Your home, your childhood home, is it located on the west side of Laredo?
Yes, we grew up off of Mines Road, off of the first subdivision that was built in Mines Road.
And is that near Father McDowell Park?
Yes, it's about half a mile from there or less of that.
Okay. Did you all visit Father McDowell Park as children?
Yes, we did. We grew up at that park. All of us did, all my brothers and sisters.
Going back to growing up, what type of relationship did you have with your sister?
A good relationship. I was a big sister, so I want to think I was, in some sort of way, mentor to her. I would help my mom a lot with being the oldest. I would help my mom a lot with my brothers and sisters, especially my sister.
What kind of things would you all do for fun growing up?
Growing up, I remember I wasn't much of a doll player, but I do remember riding our bikes together, braiding her hair, taking care of her whenever we'd go out on family outings or just outside the house playing or at the park.
What type of personality, did Griselda have growing up?
I feel she was, she was my sister. She was always happy. She was the more hyper one, I think, of my brothers and sisters. She was always my dad's favorite.
How many siblings do you have?
I have 2 brothers. They're both younger than me, and only 1 sister.
Okay. She was your only sister.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the pregnancy that your sister had. When did you find out she was pregnant with Dominic?
I don't recall the month in particular. I do know it was after I had made my pregnancy announcement. We were pregnant together.
And Did she ever tell you who the father was?
She did not mention his name. She showed me a picture of him.
Did you come to find out his first name?
After the baby was born, I found out his name,
And what name was that?
Anthony.
Was it just one name or his last name?
In the beginning, I only knew him as Anthony. As time went by, I knew his last name.
Okay. Did you know if he was being helpful or supportive of her pregnancy?
No, when my sister told me about her pregnancy and me and her spoke more privately, she did mention that she was going through with the pregnancy on her own, that the baby's father did not want to have anything to do with it. What she expressed was that he didn't want to move forward with the pregnancy, so she was doing it on her own. And that is how she presented it when she announced it to my family at the dinner table.
When you say he didn't want to move forward with the pregnancy, what did that mean?
She told me he had suggested that they terminate the pregnancy.
That she have an abortion.
That's correct.
And she decided against it.
We were raised Catholic by religion, and none of us believe in abortions.
Tell me about the day that Dominic was born. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I was with my sister in the operating room. She had a C-section. I remember hearing him cry when he was born. I remember feeding him his first bottle after the nursery released him to the room for my sister. She didn't wake up right after. My sister was allergic to morphine, so they had to use other medications to put her to sleep for pain control during her delivery. So she was very drowsy afterwards. I was waiting in the room when she came to the room and when they brought the baby. So I held him in my arms and gave him his first bottle.
Was he a big baby?
Yes, he was. He had chubby little cheeks, rosy cheeks.
And how was Dominic as a baby?
I think he was beautiful. He had the hugest lips I've ever seen. He had very, very full lips. He was a very, very good baby. Soon after 10 days, I had my baby. And I say good baby because I tend to get all the criers in the family.
Mm. And he was not a crybaby?
No, he wasn't. He was always very, very calm, he was a good baby, an amazing baby.
What role did you play in Dominic's life?
Well, as an aunt, I want to say I was very, very, very supportive of my sister. I think we all tried to be in our family. I would care for Dominic as he was getting older. Whenever my sister was going to school, she had classes, she needed to be elsewhere, I would watch over my nephews, both of them. And the same with me, whenever I had to go to work, she would try to take care of my children when I wasn't available for him. So you could say that we, in a way, raised each other's children.
How old would your sister be today if she were still alive?
I feel I could calculate how old she would be, but to me, she's always 27.
Why do you say that?
I can't see her aging over 27. That's where time stopped. That's where time is frozen for her. And like I said, I could calculate if I were to give you an age she'd be, but she's 27 in my heart. And
What about Dominic? How old would he be today?
he would be 6. He would be turning 7, just like my son, July 26.
And what grade is your son in now?
He's going to 2nd grade.
Were they close? Your son and Dominic?
Yes, they were very close. They were very close. You could find him in my house fighting for Dominic's favorite basketball, or pushing each other, running down the hallway, fighting for sippy cups.
Dominic was an active baby.
Yes, he was.
What do you miss the most about your sister?
Her laugh. I miss her laugh. I miss her telling me that everything's gonna be okay. I miss her coming over to my house. I miss her cooking with me in the kitchen. I miss what most of us get to share with their siblings. We'd plan our children's birthday parties. We'd plan our outings together. I miss her very much.
What were her dreams? Her ambitions?
She was looking to eventually leave Laredo. She wanted to move to San Antonio after getting her nursing degree. She, as many of us, all of us have our struggles, and she wasn't one to just roll over and let time pass by or have somebody, come and pick her up. She always did her best to resolve any problems that were set in front of her. She was very self-driven, so I feel, her dreams, she would have met every single one of her dreams if she would have been given the opportunity.
What did she want to become?
She wanted to be a nurse.
Like you?
Yes.
Dominic was about 18 months old, right, when he died?
That's correct.
Do you remember what kind of toys he liked to play with? Was he a active little boy?
Yes, he had, at my mom's house, he had these favorite little tiny yellow balls that he used to like hiding them from my mom, and having her find him whenever she was sweeping or cleaning, and she'd find him in all odd places, cabinets, under the sofas, anywhere. In my house, he enjoyed playing with the orange basketball that him and Tristan would always fight over. And any little games that they had that they could, tactile toys that they could press and they would make sounds. They loved playing with things like that.
So you like playing with balls, footballs,
Yes.
baseballs?
Yes, and they'd fight over this little tyke toy that you could get on top of and ride.
So he liked cars?
Yes, he did.
What about little tractor toys?
He did also play with little push carts, but more than anything, it was things he could ride on or balls he can chase after. They were both very active.
Did you like trains?
Yes, he liked trains. I think he had a favorite train at my mom's house also.
Would you take a lot of pictures with him?
Yes, I would. With both of them, him and Tristan, because my little boy would always get jealous whenever I would carry Dominic.
Can I approach you with this one?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State School of 537, 538. You recognize these photos?
Yes.
It's tendered on the council. To offer 537, 538.
I'm sorry.
I'll move to offer 537, 538.
Judge. Sorry, those numbers were used last week and they were sustained.
These?
Yeah. 536 through 540 got sustained.
We, sorry, did we use those numbers up, or? were
Yeah,
these-
those numbers were already used.
All those numbers were used, okay, well, I can renumber them. That's probably the problem.
Five.
So I'll continue with,
So, I guess if you haven't used 548,
We've already used those, 550.
550, that's just probably.
Just go, let's start with this.
The two of them?
yes, sir.
550 and 550, you know. They're admitted without charge.
Permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So I have this picture up here. Do you remember this occasion?
Yes.
Can you tell us what's going on?
Yes, we were at my sister-in-law's announcement. I believe it was at Rudy's. She was announcing her pregnancy, and that's me and baby Dominic.
I'll show you 551. Who's in this picture?
That's myself and Dominic and Tristan.
Also, would you video different milestones in Dominic's life, different events?
Yes.
When he was walking around and healthy?
Yes.
And what about, how many birthdays did Dominic celebrate?
1.
And were you able to video some of his celebration?
Yes.
And what about verbal? Was he verbal? What are some of the words he was able to say at 18 months?
He would say hi, hi mama. He would call my mom mama, and hello, goodbye, go, stop, stay here. He would tell my sister whenever she wanted to leave. stay here when she was leaving the room or leaving him to come to the kitchen with me. No, he whenever you would tell him not to do something, he would just scream at you, no, no, mama, or no, stop, or no, you, things like that. I feel he spoke a lot sooner than my son, even though they're just 10 days apart. He was more verbal than Tristan.
If I may approach you. I'm going to show you what Mark has dates exhibit 548, 549, and 539. Is that videos? 539. So, give you another number. Sorry about that.
48, 49,
I was saying 548 and 549,
those are good.
and then what would be this one? 550.
No, you just use 550 and 551.
I can call it 552. Okay. I'm going to show you now these USBs. That's how we've seen these. You familiar with,
Yes.
with exhibits 552, 549, 548?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And do they accurately depict the video that you've seen?
Yes, that's correct.
And these are events that you would have videoed?
That's correct.
Approach, please. Quick break, I'm sorry. It'll be hopefully not more than 5, 6, 7 minutes, and then we'll bring right back in. Thank you.
Please rise to adjourn.
Thank you. Monday? Oh,
Ms. Pizzell, coming to you for restroom.
I can't hear you. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah. Have a seat, please, thank you. Oh, that's who you were. I didn't know, I didn't identify the name, so I didn't let you in. Sorry about that, Gilbert. Well, now we squared that out. Um, Just kind of sit tight, listen, not a lot, but there may be some from time to time, so thank you. Good.
We need a little bit of time before the court so that we can show the court because I went ahead and I gave them the videos that I have. And when I say videos, Your Honor, they're little snippets.
Yeah, you cut them off.
Well, they're just, in this day and age, we use videos to,
All the time.
yes.
Thank you all. Please have a seat. And let's continue with the examination. You were saying that you had no objections to that. Is that, Mr. Posel, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They are admitted.
Okay, so, this time I'll play for the jury the videos, that we introduced. So you were saying before the break that Dominic was able to say a few words, including hi and.
You're gonna start with the number first, just
Okay,
make
so
sure
the
that.
first number, 552 would be the
Thank you.
first one.
I. I.
553. Whose laugh do we hear in the back?
My sisters.
Five 48, who's next?
Two, three. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday, dear Dominic. Happy birthday to you. Woo!
What occasion was that?
That was Dominic's first birthday.
What day is his birthday?
July 26th. 2016. Mhm. So he'd have, it was his birthday, so he'd,
Hey. Come here, puppy. Dominic. Daddy, come on. Dominic, come on, Dick. Good job. Bye.
Whose voice is that?
my sisters.
And you were saying earlier about the birthday?
So my sister had told him his birthday was coming up, so he'd like everybody to sing for him days before his birthday and days after his birthday. So I think we celebrated his birthday for like a week. That was my sister singing happy birthday to him in my mother's bed.
I heard you said was that Griselda's voice in that last video?
Yes, on all those videos, that's her voice.
Okay. Would she, one of her terms of endearment, she would call him daddy?
Yes. Yes,
What-
that's
what
correct.
else would she call him?
Daddy, Papito, Dom, Cositas, Chunky Monkey. Yes. This video, the last one, he was just learning how to walk. That is at my house, right there.
What about the one on the slide at the park?
That's at the Father Magnobi Park.
At Father McNamara Park?
That's correct.
He's He's wearing the same shoes he was wearing the day he was killed?
That's correct.
And he was active running around, is that before March the 25th?
Yes, that's correct. Everything changed after March 25th. He stopped walking.
Well, let's talk about March the 25th. Do you remember your sister asking you about the going that day, March 25th?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
You lent her your car?
Yes, that's correct. Mm.
We all know what happened on that day now through the trial. He was injured on his leg, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You're a registered nurse, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any feelings about not being able to catch that injury? Do you have any feelings about not being able to detect that injury?
That is pain of my own that I will have to live with the rest of my life. I would have never imagined that what I saw that day might have been anything other than what I suspected at the time. Like I've stated before, I originally thought it was a shot site, an injection site that he had received at the doctor's office. But nobody in their reasonable mind would have thought that something so heinous would have happened to him. I feel I came to my reasoning using my observation skills and judgment, and this could have this maybe could have stopped if I, would have stated I suspected otherwise. But without everything that has been presented here, there's no reason that I would have suspected otherwise, and I would have felt otherwise.
Okay. Let me take you to April the 9th of 2018. Okay? 15 days after March the 25th. Okay? Do you remember your sister trying to or asking you for your car prior to April the 9th?
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, she asked for it to borrow it Saturday. I might be incorrect, but if I could refer to my texts or phone calls, I could confirm that.
If I may approach you with
Approach this way, please, first.
to show her 485.14.
You'll raise your objection.
Yes.
And does it fairly accurately depict text messages that you had with your sister?
Yes, that's correct.
Might as well come over here with that because we already have the same objection. So it's a relevant objection, so,
Yes, sir.
let's discuss it. So,
If you
we gotta change that.
Your sister was killed on a Monday, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had made arrangements to pick her up that Monday morning, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Had she tried to borrow your car for Sunday as well?
Yes. I don't believe we could coordinate on time or something had come up.
So she reached out to you on Saturday. Do you recall?
Yes.
Looking at this line here, 13815. It says 3:28. The UTC time would make it 10:28 p.m. on the 7th.
Yes, that's correct.
So on the 7th, on Saturday, she was asking you to borrow the car for Sunday at 11 a.m.
That's correct.
Were you able to arrange that?
No, I don't believe so. If I'm not mistaken, we had a phone call after this text because I don't see any reply from me there on the bottom.
So on Sunday, who was she supposed to go meet Sunday morning?
Dominic's father.
Can you read that?
Yes. Hey, I was also going to ask if I can borrow your car so I can take Dominic tomorrow with his dad. Couldn't ask on the phone because Jaden is right here. Let me know. LMK, meaning let me know. It'll be early, he said. He works at 11, I think.
So your sister was going to see Anthony on Sunday,
That's correct.
and that didn't happen.
No, I like I said, I don't think we could coordinate on time. I don't believe I was home, or I was going to use the car. I don't recall.
Okay. Now going to April the 9th, the day that your sister was murdered. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Now, we already heard the testimony of how you spoke with Officer Gilbert Benavides, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I want to ask you what you did, if anything, when you found out your sister was the victim.
When I was told that she was dead,
Yes.
I was in my living room. I was surrounded by family. My parents were there, my brothers, my sisters. My husband.
Did you make it to Father McNabb Park?
I tried going before I found out to the McNabb Park. When the officers got there at my house, nobody was telling me anything. I knew something was wrong. So that's when I took my husband's truck and I left to go look for my sister at the park. I went where she told me she was going. I went to the Father McNabb Park. I saw my car parked. I pulled up next to it. There was an officer there next to my car, and there was nothing. As far as my eye could see, everywhere around me, I couldn't see anything but some people jogging to the right. I kept looking. I kept looking to see if I would see something, anything. Nothing was there. You couldn't see anybody but the officer next to my car. He told me what I was doing there. I told him I was looking for my sister. He told me I couldn't leave. I wanted to leave after I didn't see anything to look further to the left, which is where the bike trail is at and the soccer field. But after that, he wouldn't let me go. He didn't let me leave in my truck. He just had me stay there. It was until 10 minutes later till my husband and my brother showed up, and then that's when he let me go.
What
See,
was your intent?
I was looking for my sister. I wanted to see her. I wanted to find her.
Did they let you see her as she was as the way she was found?
No, I did not see her.
And did you, as a sister and as a medical professional, did you want to see her?
Yes, I wanted to find my sister. I wanted to know where she was.
Do you want to see the way your sister was found?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish exhibits that have already been admitted. They're graphic photos to Angelica Hernandez, who's requested to see her sister, how she was found. Sister there.
No, I wasn't. I returned to my house, and that is when I was told. After I got home, that's when I was told that my sister had been murdered.
How did you feel?
that is the biggest pain I've ever felt in my entire life. I felt I couldn't breathe. I felt it was just an intense pain. I felt angry. I didn't believe it. I needed to see my sister. I didn't believe it was true. I remember falling to my knees at the house when they told me, and immediately, to me, it felt like immediately after, I got up and I started trying to shake it off, and I was telling the officer, you need to take me to where my sister is. I need to get my nephew. I need to go get Dominic. Dominic is going to be scared without my sister. I remember telling him he doesn't know his father. He doesn't interact with him. He's going to feel strange if somebody else is holding him. At this time, I'm already making sense who hurt my sister. And I'm telling, I need to go get Dominic. I felt so extremely betrayed because I was never told that Dominic was hurt. I still had hope in my heart that Dominic was okay. And then my mom hugs me and tells me, he's gone. Dominic is gone. And the officers tell me that Dominic has also been murdered. That just broke me. That was...
Did Griselda have any other children?
My oldest nephew,
And what's his name?
Jaden.
How old was Jaden at the time?
Jaden was 6. He's 12 now.
How did Jaden find out about his mother?
At the time, we didn't tell him that day. We just couldn't tell him that day. He found out days later. My family is still torn to pieces. My dad and my mom, they couldn't come to bear the idea of telling him. So it had to be me.
How did you tell him?
I asked him to come downstairs, and I told him I needed to talk to him. And I was told that I couldn't say that Mommy went to heaven or Dominic went to heaven. I couldn't tell him that they were in some type of eternal sleep. I needed to use the word dead. And so I told him that his mom and Dominic were no longer with us, and that they had passed away.
Where is Jaden today? Who does he stay with?
He lives with my mom. My mom has primary custody.
And he's 12 years old today.
That's correct.
Since the murders, do you all have the occasion to visit the site?
Yes, we do. My father visits the site where Dominic lay and my sister laid when they took their last breaths. He goes there every Sunday.
Did you all do anything there to to memorialize their lives?
Yes, we have since then surrounded that hollow ground by placing either flowers for my sister or Dominic's side. The community, the neighbors, everybody usually takes toys to his side, or we'll see balloons in occasions, or pinwheels, toys, trucks, balls, all sorts of little trinkets.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been already offered and introduced, the State's Exhibit 546. You can tell us where this is located.
Okay, that's not at the site
But is this at the
where.
park?
Yes, this is at the Father Magnobi Park, where near where my sister had parked
What?
that day.
Give me
And
a
this
second. Okay, just formally offer them again, because I believe
This third.
they're admitted.
They were admitted.
Thank you.
Who is this
Senior.
man right here?
Excuse me? Same objection.
That is my
One
father.
second, Mr. Alanis. I'm sorry. Yes, the objections are overruled. Your arguments from the earlier conversation will be incorporated into their objection. Thank you.
Who is this gentleman right here?
That's my father, Griselda's father. And behind it, you'll see a tree. We have a memory tree that we go to that side to
And this
feel
is-
them closer.
Okay, and this is there at Father McDougall Park?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 547. What are we looking at here? Take your time, Ms. Hernandez.
This is this is where my sister was found. So where the tree's at, directly forward, you'll see a road right here. And it's paved now. Before it was just a dirt road. And that's where my sister's body was found.
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 545. What is this?
So this is where Dominic was found. Right between those trees. So it's open now, but at one time it was just the way you see the background. It was all the way to the front like that.
Well, I'll conclude with just asking you this question. You know now that the jury has found Mr. Burgos, Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, guilty of murdering your sister and your nephew. How do you feel today?
I trust in in our justice system. And I know you might not empathize completely or feel our direct pain. I feel once your life has been touched by such a black, sinister, heinous act, your core beliefs are changed somehow. Maybe even your faith is questioned. At least that's what I have gone through and continue to go through. But I trust in the justice system, and I know justice will be served for my sister and for Dominic. And my life will forever be incomplete. That hole in my heart will always be there. But knowing that I have done my very best to try to bring them justice, will have to serve as peace in this lifetime for me, because that is all I can do.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Thank you. No further questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
Ms. Hernandez, again, I'm so sorry. I'm not going to ask you any questions this time. Nothing further.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hernandez, you may step down and go back to business. Thank you very much.
Can she be excused from the role, Your Honor?
Yes, she has been excused. She continues to be excused. from the room. You may remain in the courtroom if you'd like.
They calls Mary Hernandez.
Mary Hernandez.
Your Honor, may we briefly approach before?
Approach, please.
Next one, please.
Hello, ma'am. I know that you've already been sworn in, yes? Yes.
Yes.
Please have a seat right over here.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Hernandez.
Good morning.
And for the record, I'd like to, for you to state your full name.
Mary Hernandez.
And if you need to take a moment, we'll take a moment, and take it slow. Try to speak as clearly as possible. And I'd like to ask, how are you related to Griselda and Dominic?
Griselda is my daughter. Dominic is my grandson.
And how many children do you have?
4.
Does that include Griselda?
Yes.
And how many grandchildren do you have?
9.
Does that include Dominic?
Yes.
And you still include them when you say they are part of your grandkids or your children?
Yes. They'll always be with me.
Now I'm going to show you what has been May I approach you, Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 554 and ask you if you recognize this photograph.
Yes.
Tendering to the defense, States 554, and offering it to evidence.
Five 54?
Yes, Your Honor, but there's a problem with the number, I believe. The birthday video was 548.
Cindy, we're good? We're good with the number.
Okay, so then 554.
Admitted?
Now, will you, is this your, what is this a picture of?
This
What
was
States 554.
Mother's Day. These are all my grandchildren.
So Mother's Day in 2018?
Mm, no, 20. I believe it's 2017.
2017, okay. And these were your grandchildren?
Yes,
And who's this?
that's Roger,
Younger than?
and that's Dominic, Brianna, Rocky, Becca, Jaden, Gali, Tristan, and JJ.
So this is,
That's Jaden.
and he is
Dominic's
older
brother, yes.
Now, can you tell us about Griselda, the type of daughter she was?
Oh, Griselda was my baby daughter. I was always overprotective over her, also of Angie, but more of Griselda.
And what type of relationship did you and Griselda have as compared to the relationship you have with Angie?
Griselda was there when I went through my divorce. She was the strong person. Before me. She was a very strong person. She had character, but she would nonetheless would never let nothing bring her down.
And when you say character, are you like when you say it in Spanish, carácter?
Oh yeah.
And so, what specifically do you mean by that?
Whenever she wanted something, she would get it somehow, but she was gonna get it.
Okay. And did she live with you?
Yes.
Did Jaden and Dominic also
Yes.
live with you? Now, did you and Griselda have, were you all friends on social media?
We were.
Okay.
We were at one time, but come one day she wouldn't answer her phone. I kept texting her. She never answered, so I went into her Facebook and I put a telephone ringing. She got so mad she blocked me. She blocked me. Now, as of today still, she needs to see everything that she's gonna post there to be approved by her. But that's where she blocked me.
Okay. And do you remember when Griselda told you about being pregnant with Dominic? Will you share that story?
Yes. We were sitting at the table at my house, and she comes and gives me a blue cupcake and puts it right in front of me. And I had all my grandkids there, And I tell Griselda, Mom, why did you bring me just one cupcake? All of my grandkids are here. So I just got it and I looked at it and I told her I'll eat it later. And I put it to the other side. But the strange thing that none of my kids asked me for cupcake. So when nobody was there, I went to reach for the cupcake and I took it off its container. And it said, it's a boy. That's how I found out she was pregnant.
And did she tell you who the father was?
Not there. When we were eating, my two sons and my daughter, we were sitting at the table. And I asked her who the father was. And she gets her phone and she opens it. She goes like this and she closes. And she says, that's it. That's all you want to know about him. I never saw his picture. Just she passed it very quick. I don't know.
So you didn't, if you would have seen the father, did you have a name at this point?
I believe she told us that his name was Anthony.
So if you would have seen Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles back in this is when she was pregnant, 2017, would you have recognized who he was?
No.
What about in 2018? Did you ever know what his face looked like or what he looked like?
No.
Okay. And you were in the courtroom when there was some testimony regarding a text message where Griselda was told that Ronald Anthony Burgos went to your work and that you saw him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever see Ronald Anthony Burgos at your work?
I was surprised when I heard it here that he had gone to my work. I don't recall seeing him. I see hundreds of people, thousands of people. I had never seen him.
And did you help Griselda with Dominic and Jaden?
Yes.
What kind of help did you give her?
Since the beginning, she told us that Anthony was not going to come into the picture, that if we were going to be able to help her. So me, my daughter, and my sons, we helped Gray. We helped her with the Pampers, the diapers, the clothing, the shoes. I'd sometimes give her for the daycare. Clothing for her, clothing for Jaden. I would support her.
And what kind of, how would you, how would you refer to Dominic?
Cositas.
You did?
I would call him Cositas.
What about Griselda? How
Gray.
would she refer to Dominic?
Gray. Gray would call him Cositas also, Daddy. Chunky Monkey. My handsome.
And when you say Gray, you're referring to Griselda?
Griselda.
And did you ever go to the daycare where Dominic went?
Yes.
Attended?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did.
And so you're aware of how she planned to pay for the daycare?
Yes, as she started getting financial aid, she would go with her payments from there.
Do you recall when Dominic had an injury on his leg?
Yes.
Okay. And the effect it had on his attendance at daycare?
Oh, yes.
What effect did it have?
He was walking at that time when he was in daycare. March 25th, when he had that injury, he could no longer walk. He would drag himself until they told him at daycare that they couldn't be carrying him. He had to be carried to take him from one place to the other.
Now I'm going to show you, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 541 and 543 and ask you if you recognize this photograph
Yes.
and then this USB. 541 and 543.
Not 541.
541 is good, but not 543.
So then let me change to 547. Let me
What's the
skip.
next number available?
Let me just do 550.
The next one will have to be 555.
555. And 555. Scratch this. So correction for the record, it is 541 and the USB that is marked 555.
Yes.
Does it also have your initial?
Yes.
Tendering to the defense and offering into evidence State's Exhibit 541 and 555.
May we approach briefly, Your Honor?
You're offering both.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State's Exhibit 541. Was this received, or was this made by the children when he wasn't attending school because of the leg injury?
Yes.
I'm going to show, may we publish states 555, Your Honor?
May? Go ahead.
Before you publish that. When you went to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to push that button over there? So, you can go ahead and do it if you like. Just put your state, I don't know if it says state or plaintiff, computer or laptop, I don't know. Thank you. There it is.
Thank you. Now, on the day of the injury on Dominic's leg, did you join or did you go to the hospital with Gray and Angelica?
Yes.
And so you were in attendance when the doctors or they were going to tend to Dominic and the leg.
Yes, I believe I left work because I was so worried about Dominic. And when I get there, something bit him. And I reached to Gray to get to Dominic. And Dominic gives me his hands to pick him up. And he says, "Owie, mama." And he points to his leg. And I carried Dominic. And I tell her, he better not have hurt Dominic.
When you say he, were you aware that Gray or Griselda had met with Ronald Anthony Burgos earlier that day?
Yes, she told us the day before that she was going to go meet him, that he wanted to meet Dominic. At that time, I was mad. Dominic was already 18 months. How would he want to come into his life after he didn't see him crawl, take his first bottle, take his first steps, go to daycare?
And had you shared this with your concerns with Gray or Griselda?
Yes.
I'd like to publish, Your Honor, States Exhibit 555. And this is a video of what does it show in this video?
It's not up here, hold on.
Oh,
It's on mine, but for some reason it's not on yours. All right. Go ahead, publish.
He was crawling, he could no longer stand. And as you can hear him, he would have to tilt to the other side because his leg would hurt.
which leg was it that was hurting him, that had the injury?
I believe it was his left leg.
Where was this?
This was at my house, Gray's room. We tried to make him more comfortable.
Now, before this injury, and did he enjoy going to the daycare?
Yes.
Would you sometimes take him?
Gray would be mostly the one who'd drop him off, but there was times where I would walk him in, and he would run to his classroom. He had this, like a little puppet, but it was a Tweety. And every time that he would walk in, he would get that little Muppet Tweety and put it where his name was to let them know that he was present.
And you mentioned that was his favorite one.
That was his
that
favorite
you
Tweety.
witnessed.
Yes.
And the little, he was a little Tweety bird, Muppet,
Yeah.
or puppet. And there's also you have a pet or a bird named Paquita,
Yeah, she's my Amazon gray parrot.
okay? And you also mentioned a story about Paquita and how she would, that she speaks, correct?
Yes.
And how, explain to the jury, I guess what Paquita did one time that made you all think that there was other people in the kitchen.
Paquita mimics all the words that you say. She would, Angie and Griselda would be talking in the kitchen, very, very quietly, but Paquita hears everything. So as soon as I would come into the kitchen, Paquita would start doing it. And I knew that they were up to something because she already let them know that something was good. She'll start mimicking everything. And one day, Dominic, I told him, don't put your finger in the cage, she's gonna bite you. He kept doing it until Paquita bit him. He got so mad because we laughed. And he went up to the cage and he shook Paquita out of her tree limb. He was so mad at her.
And is there a significance whenever you see any feathers?
Oh yes. Whenever I see feathers, red cardinals, that means our angels are close to us. One day Jaden was in the restroom. In my restroom, you have to go all the way to the kitchen, past the hall room, down to my master bedroom. Then you go into my restroom. Jaden was there and he says, Grandma. And he picks up his feet and he says, look, I think Mom's here. There was a feather in his toe. I believe all those. Even when a cardinal comes, I know my angels are with me.
Now, before, I want you to share some of the good memories and fun memories that you had of both Griselda and Dominic before the injury. And I'm going to show you, and also I want to ask, do you remember what Jaden was like with Dominic?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury, please.
When Gray told us that she was pregnant, Jaden was so happy because he always wanted a baby brother. He would always pick up Griselda's blouse and kiss her tummy. Anytime that Griselda was cooking, he would always come through the back and hug her. He would ask her, is it almost done? Is he almost cooked, Mom? That meant to him if he was ready to be born.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you, I hope the numbers are right, states 542, which is a USB.
Mhm.
It's asked you to recognize
Yes.
this one, and you also have your initials.
Yes.
And states exhibit 544.
Yes.
I believe, tendering to the defense for inspection and offering it to evidence.
With the same as before. All right. Then I'll incorporate that into your overall government.
And specifically, just for the record, it was for 542.1, the objection, and 544. Thank you. I'd like to begin with State's Exhibit 544. So Jaden was 5 when Dominic was born?
6.
How are you putting it on?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying.
And this was that Griselda, Gray's voice?
Yes, that's Grace's voice. That's Jaden and Dominic. He would always try to help his mom with Dominic,
And changing the diaper was,
changing the diaper, getting his bottles, getting his snacks.
and some of the, on State's Exhibit, State's Exhibit 542. And Dominic was a child who was
Who did the? Who did the mess? You did the mess? It was you? Who did the mess? You did the mess? It was you?
Now, she did, Griselda earlier, she was a woman of character, and she also liked to joke around, and
Yes, she'd like to joke around a lot. Sometimes she would get on my nerves, but that's her way of teasing me. And now I wish she would still do that.
now, on this next video, this was before Dominic's injury. Where was this? Do you know?
I believe it was a party, maybe, where she was invited at that trampoline. I believe Altitude.
And this was him, true to form,
Yes.
running around?
Yes.
Okay.
He loved it.
Now, because they lived with you, all 3 of them, Gray, Dominic, and Jaden, things changed after April the 9th. I want to direct your attention to April the 9th. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 87.3, and these are excerpts from the Facebook. Do you recognize this? It starts back.
Yes.
Tendering States Exhibit 87.3 and offer to It states Exhibit 87.3.
Be admitted without objection.
And just by way of reference, I just want to confirm. Because today we introduced to us Mary Hernandez.
Yes,
This is Mary Garza.
it's my maiden name.
So these are authored by you.
Yes.
Now, I just want, can you just look at the date and time of this time frame of these messenger messages? This was what date?
April the 8th,
2018.
2018.
And it's saying that there was an image. Now, I'm gonna show this image to the jury. Did you send that message?
Yes.
Or this picture? That's you?
Yes, that's my last picture with Dominic.
And let's go through the discussion that you had with Gray. Now, this was Griselda,
Mm-hmm.
and what did she say?
She says cositas de mami, LOL, which means laugh out loud.
And then,
She's asking me there, how is he, Mom?
and then you responded.
He barely woke up.
You also responded.
And I responded, he's fine, not necio. And not necio mean that he's not grouchy. Oh, okay.
This one is it's partly up here, but so I'm gonna, who authored that one up there?
Griselda,
Okay, so Griselda says,
you let me know how he is in a little while, Mom.
okay.
And then she says, si no me lo traigo.
And then you responded?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Say it, repeat that.
Si no me lo traigo.
Interpreter.
If not, I will bring it.
Thank you.
And then I say, he'll be fine. Then Griselda answers, ándale, yo voy por él, ma, LOL.
Okay, Mom, I'll go for him. Laugh out loud.
and then what did you respond?
I send a picture to Gray. That little monita that says no.
Oh, you sent this saying no,
Yes.
this one. Okay. And then?
And then I say, it's grandma time. She says, LOL, ay ma, ha ha ha. Great.
Now this is a different day.
Yes.
Okay? Now, this says UTC time 14:54.
Mhm.
What is it, what did you tell Griselda on, what's the date?
On April the 9th, 2018.
Do we have the UTC? I know it's 9:14, but I need the UTC. And so, for the record, Your Honor, under UTC conversion, it would be 9:14. There's an exception.
Proceed.
And so, at 9:14, on April the 9th, what did you tell Griselda?
I asked Gray, take a picture of Dominic's leg as it is right now.
Do you know where he was at this time?
Excuse me?
Do you know where they were at this time?
Yes.
On April the 9th?
Yes.
Where?
They were at the Father Magnable Park.
And then,
She didn't reply, so I sent her another one. How's Dominic?
and the time says, UTC time,
15:25.
and and the next one,
It says, great. I asked her, great, everything okay?
the same date,
On April the 9th, 2018, at 17:46.
and if you subtract 5 to that,
That would be 10?
5 from 1746?
12:46.
And you subtract 5 from 1525?
10:25.
So these are the times that these were sent.
Mhm.
And this was on April the 9th.
April the 9th, 2018.
Now, before receiving the call from the Laredo Police Department, where were you?
I was at my work.
Where's your work located?
It's on Shiloh Drive.
And you had already been sending messages to her, and she was not responding. Tell me what happened that caused, in that morning.
On the first message, Gray didn't answer. So I kept calling her from my work phone. I called her about 10 times. She never answered. I called my daughter, Angie, to please call Gray because she wasn't answering my phone and this was not Gray. Even if she were to be busy, she would always answer my call.
And did you remain on there until, who contacted you so that you could go to your house or to Angelica's house?
Nobody. I just had that motherly instinct because I was facing Shiloh. Suddenly I see cops passing through. I see ambulances. And there was no other way they were going anywhere but Mines Road. As a mother, I had that mother instinct that something could have happened to Gray. First, she wasn't answering my calls. And I just had to leave work. I just left work. And I started to proceed to Father Magnable Park when Angie calls me to meet her at her house.
And had she told you what, why to meet her at her house, or you
No.
just didn't know? Okay. And in your home, it's who does Jaden live with now?
He lives with me and Ricky.
Do you remember, or can you describe for the jury the relationship that Jaden had with his mom, Griselda?
That was Jaden's mom. First of all, it was his mom. He loved her so much. And he misses his brother too.
And at the time of Gray's and Dominic's death, what were Jaden's sleeping arrangements?
Gray's room is right across my room. So he would sleep with his mom. But sometimes Jaden would go to sleep with me to watch TV later. And he would fall asleep with me in my room.
After the passing of his mom and his brother, how did it affect Jaden?
It was very hard for him to go back into his mom's room. So at 6 years, he's sleeping with me. He's afraid of the dark. He's afraid to be alone. So I had to sleep him with me.
And what about on occasions that I believe you travel for medical purposes out of town?
Yes.
And how have you modified your arrangements or travel arrangements because of this?
Because of this, Jaden has felt very insecure. He wants to know exactly where I'm at. What time did I leave? What time did I come back? Why I didn't answer my phone when I travel out of town from doctor's visits. I need to be back that same day, or he's coming with me.
And the month of April, how do you, on April the 9th, after you found out that they passed, how did that impact you?
My whole world came apart. I couldn't believe it, especially Dominic. It's been very, very, very hard. It has totally changed our lives.
Do you and Jaden ever go into her room?
Yes. Jaden asks, Grandma, can we go into Mom's room? That room is locked. Everything is still the same the way she left it. But sometimes Jaden wants to go into her mom's room. So I go with him. He just wants to be there for a little while. He goes to his mom's bed. And he goes like this on her bed, just looking at the ceiling. I don't know what crosses his mind. But it has impacted him so much.
Has he found a way to cope with that?
Yes, a little bit. He's tried going into karate classes, but no. Now he's in band right now, and he'll be going into football.
Now I'd like to ask you to share the story that you like to recall. It brings you peace when you recall the peekaboo game that you played with Dominic.
That was just one of the games that, as you sit in my kitchen, there's this door in the hallway next to his room. He would open the closet door and he would go, "Peekaboo, mama." Now I sit there and I look towards that wall, but there's nothing there. There's nothing there, just memories. Memories are all that I have.
Pass the
Any questions?
Mrs. Hernandez, I'm so sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may remain in your courtroom for the rest of the proceedings. Thank you. Can we approach? For lunch right now, it's 1:15. I'm sorry, 12:15. Let's see if we can get back by, let's get back by 1:30, and then let's see if how as soon as everybody's together, we can get started right after that. Okay? Thank you. Remember that you're still under the same instructions that I gave you.
Please rise by the jury.
So yes, I guess, what you're telling me ahead of time, judges, these are the witnesses that we intend to call, just so that I could sort of, at the same, I appreciate that, that way I can sort of, think of our schedule for the rest of the day and tomorrow. And you were mentioning,
We have one more family member.
Detective Garcia.
Yes, and we have Josh Nunez, her first cousin, who identified the body.
Okay.
He's as a family member. We have Jose Luis Macias, mental health
Yeah,
specialist.
you talked about that, yes, sir?
We have Raimundo Garcia, lead detective. What I stated in my opening statements, that we will be bringing him to talk about some other aspects of the investigation on April.
That were not brought in during the first phase.
Correct, we didn't bring him in the first phase. We're bringing him in now. And then, based on defendant's exhibit 7, that was admitted,
Which are the defendant's medical records.
his medical records.
I think it was, in particular, your emphasis is on Dr.
Oscar Perez.
Oscar Perez's records.
Yeah, so he published to the jury the prescriptions of Fetterman and phentermine and
Testosterone.
testosterone, that he was taking a combination of those medications. And so.
Well, actually, it was just published without any word.
No, what he published were certain of the, he.
Right, what I'm saying is when they were published without any sponsor, so it was just publishing, and then it wasn't until his opening at, after the guilt innocent phase that he mentioned, that something to the effect about assuming that, not assuming, but since opening is what the evidence will show, that in fact, that something to the effect about the defendant being poisoned by his own doctor or something like that.
So making.
So as a result of that is what you want, I'm sorry, you want to do what?
Okay, so making the connection between defendant's exhibit 7 and him being Mr. Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles being prescribed the phentermine and testosterone, and then Mr. Boggs making the opening argument that defendant's exhibit 7 will, or that.
I don't think he said defense exhibit 7 will show that. I think he just said.
He said,
right.
put a slide that said that he was poisoned by these combination of these two medicines that he was prescribed. He was
Right.
poisoned by his doctor.
Right.
So with that said, we believe that opens the door now to bring in a Dr. Dagoberto Gonzalez, who I contacted on Friday after Mr. Boggs' argument to rebut that claim that testosterone and phentermine will poison or result in psychosis. His claim in opening was that combination would cause psychosis. Dr. Gonzalez is a close to 25-year physician, OBGYN, and also does hormone therapy and replacement in Laredo. Is also a speaker on the topic, and also is a mentor to physicians in Texas in the administration and prescription of phentermine and testosterone. And he will come and I anticipate be able to speak as to his practices. And
So he routinely prescribes this?
he prescribes it to men and women since 2013, and is
Okay.
also
So let's hear from you, Mr. Boggs, on that issue. My initial impression, like I said earlier, Mr. Alanis, is that we should wait for that evidence to actually come in. Right now, we do have the records, but there has been nobody that has testified that combination of drugs does anything to anybody.
my
So, and he can't actually argue that if everything stayed the way it is right now, Mr. Boggs would not be allowed to argue that at the time of argument because there is no reasonable inference that could be made from merely having his records admitted. So unless somebody else came and made that connection, would that argument be able to be made? That's where I'm at right now, but let me hear from Mr. Boggs on that issue.
Well, if I could say one more thing, that I respectfully would say that the inference that he made, and by introducing this document, I would be able to ask Dr. Dagoberto Gonzalez his professional opinion as to the records that he has now reviewed, that if in his opinion they, if the doses, if protocols, if the medications themselves interpret the medications in making giving his opinion as to the treatment that Burgos was receiving. Not so much attacking Mr. Boggs' claim, but being able to interpret the documents that we have here. And I believe that the door's been open to have Dr. Gonzalez come in his opinion, interpret these medications, the milligrams that were prescribed.
To say what, though? To be able to say what?
To say that in reviewing the notes, the physician notes the amounts of the 37 milligrams that he was being prescribed, 37.5, the testosterone, taking testosterone by itself, taking testosterone with phentermine together, what are the practices, the accepted practices in the medical profession. He will testify that he prescribes those medications.
So, but to what end is what I'm actually
Well,
getting?
to the end that they're perfectly normal, and that psychosis doesn't result.
But to rebut what?
Well, not to rebut, but to interpret, for now, is to
In other words,
interpret.
why would it be relevant evidence and punishment on your part of the case?
It would be relevant,
In other words, would it go to, the issue number 1? Would it go?
well, it would go specifically to special issue, question number 2. That the jury's not left with a false impression, which is what we contend it is, that he was suffering from some mental disease.
But no one has actually said that yet.
No, but the inference can be made without somebody interpreting, well, what happens when you take testosterone with phentermine? What happens when you take testosterone? What happens if you
And
take
do you believe
phentermine by itself?
Do you believe that that's a question that's going to be left in the jury's mind, despite the fact that, assuming for a moment that no one testifies?
Yes, it is.
Well, let me finish my thought, though.
I'm sorry.
All right. Without anybody coming in to testify that, in fact, as Mr. Boggs promised, that they would hear from somebody saying, maybe not promised, but that he would hear from somebody, that they would hear from somebody to say that, in fact, that combination of medication would play some sort of role in somebody's mind or whatnot. In other words, if no one testified to that effect, then what would your doctors? In other words, how would Mr. Boggs be able to argue anything at the time of argument, because there is no evidence other than state defendant number 7, if it is number 7, I think.
Yeah, this is
In other words, Mr. Boggs wouldn't be able to make that inference at all without somebody saying whatever with regard to that.
correct, but I do believe that bell has been rung.
You say
And
because he
also,
opened it.
He opened it.
I'm sorry, because he opened on it is what I'm saying.
He opened on it. He was riding on the coattails of Defendant's Exhibit 7, leading the jury down that path.
All right.
We are also able.
But why not wait till it comes in then?
Under factors to consider for capital murder
Mhm.
cases, mental state is a factor that the jury can consider. I believe that the state has the right at this point, because it was not an issue, but now that the fact has come out that Mr. Burgos-Aviles had
But
been
there is no fact that came out. What is
Well,
it?
the facts come out here that he's been prescribed medications,
Right.
testosterone and phentermine, and,
But that alone means what?
Well, that alone can mean that, well, he was on drugs. He was taking some sort of, some medication, you know, and it wouldn't have been an issue
Mm-hmm.
until he gets up in opening and says, and puts a slide, says that my client was poisoned and had psychosis. It wouldn't have been an issue,
Mm-hmm.
but now it is an issue.
Mr. Boggs?
Judge, I think Your Honor nailed it on the head, which is that just because I opened on it doesn't mean that I could argue that in closing to the jury. In fact, without presenting some evidence to interpret Defense Exhibit number 7, I would be precluded from arguing that to the jury.
You would be precluded,
So-
but, and the DA would be able to say, Mr. Boggs told you that he was gonna bring somebody here to tell you that he was poisoned, that this and this was that effect, and he did not, no one came in to tell you anything. He'd be able to argue that, would he not?
He would, yes, sir. I believe it's premature.
Well, I'd be able to argue that he lied to the jury. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until that comes in, and then we'll take it from there. So
Okay.
have Dr. Gonzalez on standby in case. By the way, Mr. Boggs, you're expert on that issue. I looked at your expert list, and there was somebody there on your list that could potentially meet that criteria, and I'm not sure exactly who that one was, but I thought I saw somebody on your list with some. Tell me who that is, if in fact he comes in.
Judge, we have a
He or she
disagreement
comes in.
over how to pronounce his name. I believe it's Dr. Gupta.
That's exactly who I thought you may.
We still not have received any CVs or reports on his
I
experts.
believe we filed it with our notice. I'll make sure. I just received Dr. Gonzalez's
CV.
CV. I will make sure that they get Dr. Gupta's CV. I apologize, Your Honor. That's-
But he was on the list, was he not?
He was on the list from May, I think, or even before. He was timely filed, I think it might be April 11th.
Well, we need to have his.
He has been on
his-
the list for
I-
some time.
They should have had his CV.
And we also don't have the CV for Dr. Cunningham?
All right, can y'all get together
Dr.
on that?
Cunningham?
We'll get that. We were just.
Not sure why that hasn't happened, but make sure it gets that done.
Now, along the same lines, what is the court gonna say about Jose Luis Macias, cause we would.
Observations?
Yeah, he does those, court's familiar with his assessments, right, when he goes by and talks to the defendant and does his assessments?
Mr. Macias, I understand, well, there he is over there in the back. And I only identify him because I've dealt with Mr. Macias before on many occasions on special issues dealing with our own, stuff that we do throughout as a result of CCQs and magistration issues and things of that nature that him and the rest of his colleagues there at the jail deal with it with the medical personnel. But in any event, what you're saying is that his observations will be with regard to what he observed on the day that the defendant came in.
Yes.
And how he looked.
Yes. And the forms that he fills out.
Oh, and the forms that he fills out, because they ask him questions when they do the forms, under, I'm not sure
Their policy.
I'm not sure what Senate bill it is anymore, but a lot of things changed throughout the last, as you know, through the last 4 or 5 years with regard to when you arrest somebody and what are the things that you look at, and all those forms were put together for us, and some of them we did on our own, and so in any event, we did a mixture of things. So as a result of that, they get interviewed. Inmates get interviewed, and they get asked questions with regard to their, where they're at. Regular, I don't want to say CCQ interviews, but in any event, yeah, they're dealing with whether somebody's going through something in their minds and or in their lives that may require further attention, further examination by somebody in the mental field. And normally it's for purposes of determining whether somebody should be given a PR bond or not, right? So unfortunately, in this situation, they wouldn't have qualified for it anyways, but we still went through that, I'm assuming through that particular, the jail is still obligated to go through that particular questioning. This is something I know because I've dealt with Mr. Macias in that area in many occasions. Still should, I don't know if they did this with Mr. Aviles or not, Burgos-Aviles, but I'm sure they did. And so there is some information in that that would say how he answered particular questions with regard to his state of mind, things of that nature. So that's why Mr.
That's why he's here.
I suspect that that's why you want him here.
Yes, that's why he's here. He can testify as to the demeanor, his effect, Mr. Burgos' effect.
I don't think that, I don't think that has to wait for anybody. What do you suspect on that?
Judge, we received notice of this, I believe, yesterday, Saturday. I apologize.
Do you have the documents that you're gonna show through him?
He's had them the whole time, but yes,
Okay, can you all just specify what documents? Maybe you can chew over that over lunchtime, and then we can talk about this thing again. Who are you gonna call first after lunch?
I was gonna call Raimundo,
All right.
Garcia, or not Josh.
Okay, well, let's trade those documents, even though you probably already have them. Let's make sure they know exactly which ones they are, and y'all can take a look at what that is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Over lunch.
Recognize this court in record session.
All right. Please have a seat. Let's get the jury ready.
Judge.
Let's get the defendant in. Buddy? Yes, sir.
Before we adjourn for lunch, court, we were discussing the admissibility, questions related to the admissibility of,
Can you make sure we have the defendant in?
sure.
All right, the defendant is in the courtroom. Ms. Shaman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we adjourned for lunch, we were discussing with the court questions related to the admissibility of the proposed testimony of mental health specialist Macias. And I don't know if the court wanted to take up those issues now before the jury comes in or after, at the end of the day, but we're prepared to do that. We
I
will
don't know,
object-
he may be brought in today, so, let's go and, I'd like to be able to get started this afternoon, then we'll take on those questions. If he's gonna testify today, right before he testifies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You have your next witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor, it's Josh Nunez.
Nunez, that's right, okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Swing her in over here, so let's have a seat over here and we'll get you. Thank you. Please have a seat. Could you please stand, please raise your right hand, please swear.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Pull up your chair to the mic, and you can start when ready, Mr. Alanis.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to raise that mic, speak loudly into the mic so the court reporter can hear you, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please state your name for the record?
Joshua Nunez,
Okay, Joshua, how old are you?
I'm 36 years old, I'm sorry.
Okay. How are you employed?
With the city of Laredo.
How?
I'm a patrol supervisor with the Laredo Police Department.
Okay. And if you could just speak into the mic, how long have you been with the Laredo Police Department?
I'm on my 12th year right now.
Okay. Are you a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are your current duties and responsibilities?
I supervise a group of officers, issue assignments, make sure they have proper equipment, report to any major incidents that happen around the city in my area.
Okay. What other assignments or positions have you held with the Laredo Police Department?
I was also assigned to the Special Investigations Unit when I was an investigator.
Okay, so you've been a patrol officer,
Yes, sir.
and you've been an investigator,
Yes, sir.
and now you're a supervisor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about the name of Griselda Hernandez and Dominic Hernandez. Do you know them?
Yes, sir.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you know them.
Griselda is my cousin. We call her Gray.
You call her what?
Gray.
Okay. And Dominic is her baby.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the age gap between you and Griselda?
We were about 4 or 5 years apart.
Okay. How are you her cousin?
Through my mom's side, my mom and her mom are sisters.
Okay. So Griselda's mom and your mom are sisters.
Yes, sir.
Your mom's name is what?
Mary
And your aunt, his name is
is also Mary, but I would call her Tia Yoli.
Tia Yoli.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you guys are first cousins.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us about your childhood with her.
We would, any usual, regular family, get together on holidays, birthdays, the barbecues, babysitting, sometimes just randomly go over to each other's houses and be there with the family and all that.
What kind of childhood was it?
It was good. We're all kids, playing all the time and stuff, so who doesn't have fun as a kid?
And where were some of the different places you guys would play?
My house, her house, at my other uncle's house. We used to have a ranch also. They would go to the ranch as well.
So you have good memories.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to. What about when you all became adults and, most? Well, let me ask you this. Eventually, you guys grew up, right?
Yes, sir.
You started your family.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you guys went into your careers.
Yes, sir.
Did you all stay close or kind of
No,
grow apart?
we fell apart over the years as we got older. So.
Yeah. Got busy.
Yes, sir.
With your own life. I want to direct your attention though to April the 9th of 2018.
Okay.
Okay. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us, were you working that day?
Yes.
And where were you working or what were you doing?
At that time, I was an investigator. I was doing a follow-up on a case in South Laredo.
Okay. At what time was that?
It was in the afternoon, but maybe like 9, 10, 11, somewhere around there.
Okay. So it's around 11 in the morning, more or
Yes,
less?
yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you remember from that day?
I had my radio off, and I usually have it on. So when I turned it on, I started hearing certain transmissions that were coming through.
Like what?
They were calling out that they had found some bodies by the riverbanks. I heard a specific one that started to ring a bell was mostly about a white Mercedes. And then somebody had came out with the registered owner's name, and I recognized the name.
What was the name you heard on the radio?
I heard Angelica Hernandez.
And who is Angelica Hernandez?
She's my cousin.
Your first cousin?
Yes.
And what is she to Griselda?
She's Griselda's sister.
Okay. So once you hear that over the radio, what, if anything, do you do or how do you feel?
Once I heard that, I started to go back to the station because I started to remember my mother had told me that my cousin had purchased a white Mercedes. So when I get to the station, I start looking at the call through the computer I have there. Once I heard again over the radio that they had made contact with, I call her Angie, but Angelica. I went to go tell my immediate supervisor at the time that, hey, this is more than likely my family that's involved.
Who did you tell that to?
Sergeant Cordelia Perez.
Cordy Perez?
Yes.
So you tell her, I think my family's involved in this.
Yes.
So what, if anything, do you do next?
I let her know that I had heard that they had made contact with my cousin Angie. So, I started to tell her, the body that they found, and I know they had mentioned a baby also. I told her it's more than likely going to be my other cousin Gray that's there.
Okay, so what do you do next?
Sergeant Pettis was asking me like, hey, are you sure it's family? Are you sure it's family? I'm like, yes. I mean, I kind of remember the address that they went to. So then that's when she decided that we should go over to the scene to see if how we can help out and all that.
How did you get to the scene?
We went on Mines Road, and then we ended up at the park, and that's where their Lieutenant Ramirez was there with some other investigators.
And who drove, you or your?
Sergeant Pettis drove.
Sergeant Pettis drove you. And what's going through your head at this time as you're being driven over there?
I mean, I wanted to contact family to start seeing, hey, is it them, not them? I just didn't want to start spreading information around the city or through anybody and have people panic, or my family panic and all that, and show up anywhere.
So you decide not to contact anybody in your family?
Yes, sir.
Until you, and then tell us when you arrive at the crime scene. What do you see? Walk us through.
When I get to the park or the actual crime scene?
Well, to the park, and what do you give me an order, a chronological order of what you're seeing as you get there with Cordy Pettis.
So when we're at the park, the white Mercedes is there. I do see some investigators talking with a Border Patrol agent. They're passing me information that, of course, there's a body over there by the brush along with a baby that they found. And we're trying to put the pieces together. I get on my Facebook and I get on my aunt's page to see if I could find pictures so I can start showing the lieutenants and the sergeant investigators, say this might be possibly the victim and all that. I do call my mother at the time, not alarming her of what's going on, but I started kind of just asking her questions. Hey, you know what, is great dating anybody right now? Do you know she has a boyfriend? Do you know when's the last time you talked with her? She starts panicking over the phone, but I just didn't want to say anything anymore.
Okay, and then what happens next? What do you do?
From there, I told the lieutenant, say this might be her. I show him the picture. I know I did see them detain a Border Patrol agent. I didn't know any of his information or anything. At that point, they did need somebody to ID the bodies, and I volunteered to do it.
Okay, so tell us how that happens.
I was hearing all the transmissions about what they had found, and some investigators and officers over there were kind of describing the scene and all that stuff. I know for any case they need a direct family member to go ID the bodies. I kind of put it together that I knew it was going to be bad the way they were describing it to me, so there was no way I was going to let my aunt or my cousins go and see what was there.
So you volunteered to be the one?
Yes, sir.
And then tell us what happened, or tell the jury.
So my direct supervisor at the time asked me if I was sure I wanted to go. So I said yes. I mean, any law enforcement deputy, state trooper out on the field, I mean, scenes that they respond to, it's kind of like a gut feeling and a sense that we get when we know something's gonna be bad, just the way they're describing it to us. So that's when I told him, yes, I'm gonna go and I'll help tidy the body.
Okay, so what happens next?
So from there, we walk from the park over to the scene. We pass some soccer fields. There were officers already lined up throughout that path, just letting us know, hey, don't walk through here, don't walk on this side. So we make our way through the soccer field, and then we go through the brush, and we end up on a dirt trail, and that's when I see 2 Border Patrol units parked back to back.
Okay, and after you spot the 2 Border Patrol units, tell the jury what you see and what you feel.
So from there, I met with some officers and Investigator Garcia, who was already on scene. When I looked down the dirt path, that's when, from a distance, I saw the first body lying there across the dirt road. So I got closer because they wanted to see if I could ID from that distance. So I walked through the brush on the side where they had taped off, kind of like a safe area to walk through without messing the crime scene. I couldn't ID the first body because she was face down, and I couldn't see her face. So then from there, that's when I hadn't seen where the second body was, but they pointed that the baby was a little bit further down by a tree.
Did you go see the dead baby?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after that?
From there, I just let them know I couldn't ID Gray because she was face down. Well, I mean, the female at the time. and I couldn't identify the baby either because I hadn't seen the baby in person.
Okay. You'd only seen the baby in pictures?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So eventually, are you able to identify Grizz?
Yes, I believe one of the medical examiners or the medical examiner arrived there, and they turned her face over, and that's how I was able to ID her.
When they turned her face over, or turned her over?
Turned her over, yes.
That's when you made the positive ID?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you feel at that time?
I mean, it's the way I can describe it is, it's, I mean, as a law enforcement officer, it's hard when you see a victim deceased. I mean, it's heartbreaking when you see a baby, but then, I mean, it's a different type of feeling when you see that it's a family member that's in front of you.
And you've seen victims before, right?
Yes, sir.
In your line of work as a detective?
Yes, sir.
But this was different?
Yes, sir.
What other emotions did you have at that time?
The next thing was, of course, to notify my family.
So what do?
From there, I told Sergeant Perez, like, I'll go to the house and I'll help out on telling them. And at the time, Investigator Benavides, the sergeant right now, had gone with us also. So we get to the house, and I mean, I saw them, and I think they already knew what we were gonna say. So, and of course, we told them about Gray first. What was, I think, even worse at the moment was, I remember my cousin Angie saying that she wanted to go pick up Dominic. They had no idea yet.
Oh, she was thinking that Dominic was still alive?
Yes.
Did you break it to them, or how?
Yes, we ended up telling her that she couldn't because he was also gone.
So is there anything that stood out to you about this crime scene, as far as evidence and what you saw?
There was a lot of blood, and I'll never get the image of when they turned her over so I can ID her face.
It's been 5 years. How has this affected you?
The simplest way I could explain it is, I mean, I've never really opened up or told anybody about it or reached out for help, but I see the scene basically every day for the past 5 years. Again, hard to believe. I like to do physical training, so I would run on a trail by my house. For the longest time, there's a part where it's like brush and there's mesquite trees, like, I mean, an outdoors type of thing. I couldn't believe it the first time, but I had seen like they were there by the tree, and then I tried to ignore it and thought it was just mind tricks or something, but I kept on seeing it until eventually I just stopped running through there for a very long time. The only thing that helped was that they cleared that area because they did construction of new houses by there.
This is over by your house?
Yes, sir.
And have you been able to get or seek any help for this trauma?
I never did. I just, how bad it was, I didn't want to reach out for help. And then for my family to ask, well, why are you going to counseling? Because for whatever reason, I mean, I didn't want to let them know how bad it was that day.
Okay. No further questions?
I'm really sorry for your loss, officer. We have no questions.
Thank you. Any witness?
Your Honor, State calls Detective Raimundo Garcia.
Okay.
Yes,
I think you got sworn in the other day with, again, so we're good.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, good afternoon, sir. I'm gonna ask you again for your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Raimundo Dani Garcia.
Okay, is the mic on there in front of you?
Yes, Raimundo Dani Garcia.
Okay. And again, you're the lead investigator in the double homicide case against Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we had already learned that as part of this investigation, you were able to have the phone of Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles dumped and analyzed.
Correct.
If you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what sort of information were you able to extract from his phone in the form of communications?
Yes, we were able to extract phone calls, text messages, images, videos, and so forth.
Were you able to, as part of your investigation, extract information surrounding the text message activity of Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles at, or rephrase, before the murders, around the time of the murders, and after the murders?
Yes.
Okay. And in what specifically is in text messages, were you able to track his text messaging around that time?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who, if anyone, was he texting in that period of time from the morning up until the time of his arrest?
He was texting a female that was in his contacts.
Were you able to identify her? Were you able to identify her identity without saying her name?
Yes, we were.
Okay, and did she also have a username?
Yes, she did.
And what letter did it start with?
It started with the letter Z.
Okay, and for purposes of this trial, we're going to call her letter Z, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else he would have been having communications with surrounding before, during, or after the murders in this case?
Yes, he also had communications with his wife,
Okay, and what is her name?
Amy Burgos.
Amy Burgos, okay. Anybody from his employment?
Yes, supervisors.
Do you remember the name of the supervisor he was texting, or the last name?
I want to say Ali.
Ali.
Last name Ali.
Okay. And you found text messages to Ali?
Yes.
Okay. As part of these text messages at or near the time of the murders, were there also images being sent back and forth?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And these images that were being sent back and forth, who were they being sent by?
The images were sent by Burgos and also the contact Z.
more thing?
I'm gonna approach you with.
Yeah, because I think we got an option.
So, I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 556.
Yes,
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
And without telling me the contents, what is it?
They're the text message that Burgos had during the April 9th, 2018.
And this is
It's-
moments before, during, and after the murders.
That's correct.
Okay. From his phone.
From his phone.
I think they've already seen 556, but.
Same objections as stated at the bench, Your Honor.
Yes. Objections overruled. It's admitted.
Now, within these text messages that have just been admitted, you said that there was some photographs
Correct.
sent back and forth
Correct.
between
Burgos and Z.
Burgos and Z. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 559,
Yes.
560, and 561.
Yes, I've seen these before.
Okay. And where were these photos obtained?
And Burgos' phone, cell phone.
you have the same objections?
Same objection.
You will incorporate Mr. Shoneman's objections from earlier?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
These are
you're
the-
offering?
I'm offering,
And you'll incorporate your argument as well?
yes, 559, 516, 561. These are the
Yeah.
photos from those text messages.
Taking into account all arguments of counsel in the case presented, of course. Your objections are overruled. They are admitted.
Okay. So I'm gonna start here. 4/9/2018. That's UTC time. It'd be -5.
Be louder, sure.
It would be -5, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what time would that be?
I'm sorry, I don't see where you're pointing to.
Sorry. That'd be -5, 12 -5.
That would be 7:56
Okay. In the morning, correct?
in the morning AM.
Okay, what does it say?
I'm at work, love you.
What does it say?
Amy.
And who is Amy?
Amy is Burgos' wife.
What does it say here?
Love you, babe.
All right. What does it say here?
That says, hey.
And that's from what? From who?
That is from Burgos to Z. Hey. What's up? To Z, who's that white boy Burton? Why he working with BP?
So this is Amy?
Yes. I'm in lane, babe. Oh no, did the soups talk shit because of the trade? That's from Alejandro Ali.
Who's Alejandro Ali?
He's a supervisor of Burgos.
And what does he say?
He says call Vela at extension.
Here?
And that's a message from Z. Replying to the message earlier, he's enforcement. He got picked to do that detail. Why? This is from Burgos. Why not? Why not you? You could have been working. Whatever. It's to the supervisor Ali at 10-4.
Who put that 10-4 is from Burgos to Ali?
Yes.
Okay.
Not yet. I haven't seen any soups. I went straight to Lane.
That's from Amy.
That's from Amy. And from Z, you got that detail too?
And just for the record, Burgos first reached out to Z that morning, correct?
Correct.
And what do we have here?
That is a message with an image sent at 8:40.
8:40
AM.
AM, and now this is close to the time of the murders, correct?
That's correct.
And what is that image?
That image is of a female butt with underwear.
With underwear.
Yes.
This is, you had said that that Burgos was sexting around the time of.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think the witness ever said that.
Well, let me ask you, based on the activity that you found here between Burgos and Z, what was?
Approach, please.
That you recovered from Burgos, you sent to Burgos from who?
That image was sent from Z to Burgos.
At what time was this image received?
I believe it was 8:40 a.m. approximate.
What was the last text or the last Snapchat from Griselda to Burgos?
It was at 9:44 a.m.
That's an hour and 4 minutes before this.
That's correct.
What's the next communication?
That's a message to Z from Burgos. I'm not on the detail. I supervised them, but I could have worked with you.
Yeah, but what did this say here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, booty gains. ¿Qué piensas? What do you think?
There's a couple of words mixed in here, Your Honor. Do we get translated?
Yes, I'm gonna.
They're just,
She's on.
they're just sprinkled in.
Is he
Right,
ready?
as long as you say it in Spanish, then she'll say it in English.
Okay, so 8:40 was the first text from Z, and then what time is this at now?
That's at 8:42 a.m.
So 2 minutes later, Burgos responds to Z.
¿Por qué me mandas ese fake sabiendo que lo quiero? Ugh.
Why did you send me that fake knowing that I wanted?
At 8:42, correct?
That's correct.
This is from who to who?
That is from Z to Burgos.
What does it say?
So if I was there, you would have gone more often to supervise? And he responds, duh, I'd pair you up with me in the unit. And she responds, lies, you wouldn't do that. Burgos, whatever. And then from Z, I'm getting hot again, gordis.
Fatty.
This text is from who?
The one that I just said?
No, this one I'm showing you.
The one with the image is from Burgos.
What time is this at?
That is 8:49 a.m.
At 8:49 a.m. Now we're inside the hour of 9:44, right?
Correct.
When Griselda's last text, correct?
Correct.
So we're now inside an hour. 560. What is this?
It's an image of a crotch. It's also appears to be the green uniform of Border Patrol, without the utility belt, just the underbelt.
Just the underbelt. And what time is this pic, this crotch pic sent?
Believe it was 8:40, approximately 8:40.
Well, the first one was 8:40. What, this one would have been at?
Yeah, 8:49. 8:49 a.m.
Is there any text accompanying that pic?
Yes.
What is,
It reads, "Thanks to your stupid pic, now I'm horny again."
that's from Burgos.
That's from Burgos.
Next one.
That's from Burgos also. From Z. Que.
What?
And to Z. Nada, me mojé y se me paró.
Nothing. I got wet and it got up.
And this is from Burgos to Z
Correct.
at
At 8:51 a.m.
continue here at
At 8:56 a.m.
okay, at 8:56 a.m. This is from who to who?
From Z to Burgos. Saca papi.
Your Honor, this is the interpreter. Can that be repeated again? I didn't hear it.
Saca papi.
Get it out, Papa, Daddy.
The next one at
At 1:56 a.m. She responds un tease. And
Tease.
yes, Burgos replies, sácamelo tú.
You take it out.
So now this is at 9:07 a.m. I'm going to the gym from Z.
what time is it here now?
9:08 a.m.
9:08 a.m. And this is from who to who?
This is to Z from Burgos.
And what does Burgos say?
Warm up on my dick. Hazte unos squats ahí.
Do some squats there.
The response?
Ahí, gordo.
Right there, fatty.
And then he replies at 9:21 a.m. Question mark. Okay, no me des.
Okay, don't give it to me.
9:23 a.m. From Z to Burgos. Why you call and hang up? 9:24 a.m. To Z from Burgos. Because I realize you just gonna deny me. So pa que me ilusiono con el fakey.
So why do I get my hopes up with the fake?
So 9:32 a.m. from Z to Burgos. Please, you confuse me with some other bitch. And he responds, question mark. So 9:39 a.m. from Z. Okay. Burgos responds at 9:39 a.m. Ya cállate, Tis. Me dejaste con las ganotas otra vez.
Stop the tease. You left me with the wanting again.
So that's 9:39 a.m.
How close is that to 9:44?
It's about 5 minutes. 5 minutes to 9:44.
Yourselves is getting near the dirt trail at this time.
Correct. Next is from yes.
I'm gonna switch to the next page. Page 287. States Exhibit 556.
Okay, so that message is from Z at 12. Hermoso.
Let me back up over here. Do you see this over here?
Let her just get that translation.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful.
Okay, I'm gonna back up to the 451. You know what time that is?
That should be 11:51 a.m.
What does it say?
It's a message from Rene Soup Alejandro, and it asks pictures and GPS when you get the chance.
This is already after the calls, the report for the
Yes,
the dead body is already happened.
correct.
You're already on scene.
I'm already on scene. Correct.
Burgos is on scene.
Correct. I'm sorry. Okay, it's 12 p.m. and it's a message from Burgos to Soup Alejandro. I didn't take picture and they are not letting me. At 12:01 to Z. Dine. I think she meant to say Dime. 5:01. I'm sorry. 12 p.m. to Z. Dime.
Tell me.
It's at 12:05 p.m. from Z. I miss you.
12:05 p.m. By this time, has Dominic's body been found?
Yes.
Okay. The crime scene is being processed?
No, correct. That's a correction. Dominic's body has not been found. It's an approximate time.
Okay. What's next at 12:05?
12:05 is from the supervisor, Rene Alejandro. Is the net cleared?
At 12:05.
To the supervisor, Alejandro. Clear it for me. From Rene Soup Alejandro. 10-4. And from Rene Sup Alejandro at 12:08 p.m. Second dead body found, question mark. And at 12:09 p.m. to Supervisor Alejandro from Burgos, yes.
Burgos is answering the supervisor that the second dead body, the body of the baby, has been found.
That's correct.
What happens next?
At 12:09 p.m. to Z, I miss you. I miss you too.
Who sends that message?
Burgos.
And after that message?
From Rene Sup Alejandro at 10:04, responding to his previous message. It's 12:12 p.m. and this message is from Z to Burgos. I mean it. (12:12 p.m.) Rene Sup Alejandro, send me coordinates for the second body, for the second subject. (12:13 p.m.) This is a message from Burgos to Sup Alejandro. Scene is secured. They don't let us contaminate. 12:13 to Rene Sup Alejandro. A correction from Rene Sup Alejandro. Cool. And at 12:14, Burgos to Z. Yo a ti.
Me to you.
12:15 p.m. To Z. Question mark. And 12:18 to 12:18 p.m. to, from Z. Question mark. So message at 12:22 p.m. from Rene Sup Alejandro. Were they wearing clothes that look like IA? Question mark.
What's IA?
I believe it's illegal aliens. From Rene Sup Alejandro, was their clothes wet? Question mark. And Burgos responds to Sup Alejandro, hard to tell, stand by. PD is saying she might be USC.
What's a USC?
United States citizen. This is a message from Rene Sup Alejandro, 10-4. This is at 12:45 p.m. From Uribe supervisor. Ronald, who from BP was on scene and how many were on scene prior to PD declaring it a crime? Is there a case number we can get from PD? And Burgos responds, Burgos, Lara, Dennison, Herndon, Smith, and Victor Barbarena from Intel. Only me, Lara, and Smith arrived on scene first. And this is from Uribe Sup at 12:49 p.m. Have all agents departed the declared crime scene? And at 12:51 p.m., Sup Padilla sends a message. Pics, question mark. Can't see.
Mr. Honey, did you approach? Yes. Oh, you want to, okay, go ahead.
From Sup Padilla at 12:51, I mean for me.
By this time, he's already communicated to Supervisor Ali and Supervisor Uribe.
Correct. 12:52 p.m. to Uribe Soup. Not yet. PD taking statements. Then he gives our case number, PD case number 8810. And this is from Rene Soup Alejandro at 12:59 p.m. at 10:18. Not from the Border Patrol. And 12:59 p.m. to Soup Alejandro, PD case number 8810. At 1 o'clock p.m. from Rene Soup Alejandro, 10-4. At 1 from Uribe Soup, 10-4, thanks. And then at 1:12 p.m. To Amy, there's a nasty situation. Just so you know, I'm busy. I'll let you know once I get home. Amy responds at 1:35 p.m. Okay. At 1:36 p.m. from Z, ¿Cómo se mira mi popis?
How does my, I'm sorry, did you say pompis?
Yes, I believe he meant to put pompis.
How does my butt look?
Publishing 561. 561 is the image in the text message.
Correct.
And this is at what time?
That was at 1:37 p.m.
Where are you at the point of your investigation at 1:37?
1:37. I would just say that is getting close to the time that he's detained.
I'm gonna approach the witness. This has been introduced already as State's Exhibit 90. As the activity report. Does your report indicate when Burgos was taken into or when he was detained?
It should, yes.
At what time is he detained?
I mean, without looking at this, I could tell you it was at approximately 1:57.
At 1:57. Okay. This text was at 1:36.
That's correct.
19 minutes before he's detained.
Correct.
What about this?
That's 1:38 p.m. to Z from Burgos. Dame.
Give me.
That's 1:52 p.m. from Uribe Soup. Please advise agents of peer support should they need it. This includes yourself. That's a message to Rene Sup Alejandro, LPD Detective Ray Garcia, office number, cell number, taking over scene.
That's you?
That's me.
You're taking over the scene. This is at what time?
That should be at 5 p.m. That's
well, it's all right, but Mr. Alanis.
Yes.
Approach, please.
Yes.
Let me get that other two. Okay.
Now, at any point in time during this investigation, did you all interview Mr. Burgos's wife?
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what day was that interview done?
On that same day on April 9th, 2018.
Okay. Was it in the afternoon or in the evening?
It would have been in the evening.
Okay. Did you get to observe Miss Amy Burgos's interview?
Yes, I reviewed the interview.
Okay. I guess that's the,
Yeah.
when she was interviewed, what was her emotional state? Was she advised of the murders?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay, there's confrontation problems. The witness has already said, as I understand it, he did not personally even do the
Right.
I'm asking him if he observed the interview.
Observed it. We're not, approach us to anticipate where you're going with this.
Sure.
That way we can.
Was Amy Burgos brought in?
Yes.
What was her demeanor and her reaction to what happened?
Without telling.
Yeah, without telling me what she said, I just want to know what was her demeanor and her reaction.
I would say she was in a state of shock and disbelief. She even cried during the interview.
Okay. Did you all, as part of your investigation, conduct a search of Mr. Burgos' home?
Yes, we did.
And did you all take photographs inside his house?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach you? I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 562, 563, 564, 565, 566, and 567.
Yes, I've seen these before.
And do these pictures accurately depict what's contained within them?
Yes, they do.
And this location is Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles
Residents.
residence. Okay. When did you all go there?
We went on that day, April 9th, 2018.
Maintaining our prior objection.
With regard to the interview,
Yes, Your Honor.
not sure which were your prior objections on these.
I believe we had a hearing pre-trial.
Okay. I'll show you the pictures so that people can see.
I'm still trying to, remember what your prior objections was. I don't remember those photos in pre-trial.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, please.
So you all go to Mr. Burgos' house, correct? Correct. Before I publish these pictures, show explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you all see around the house.
It's a messy house, and around the walls there are several damages, just from experience caused by a fist.
State's Exhibit 563. Five what? 563. All right. State's Exhibit 564. State's Exhibit 565. State's Exhibit 567. What is this over here, officer?
It's damage to the door.
As part of your investigation, were you able to determine if Mr., and this has been covered, but that, was he in possession of child support documents?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many mailbox keys were found on Mr. Burgos?
Yes, just one mailbox key that we found in his wallet.
Do you know who that key belonged to? If you know. If you know.
Yeah, it was a mailbox key that we later released to the wife, so I would say it would belong to the family.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you obtain any videos from Mr. Burgos' phone the night before going into past midnight before the murders?
Can you say the question?
You dumped Burgos' phone?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
His activities the morning of or the night before the murders?
Yes.
Were there any videos of himself in his phone?
Yes.
If there
Well,
were.
not on the phone. On his Snapchat.
Okay, on his Snapchat. Okay. I'm gonna show you if I can approach you on it. And the Snapchat was also downloaded, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been marked Exhibit 562. And I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 557. Ask you if you recognize that USB.
Is that number correct? I think you got 562 already. You might wanna.
Yeah, those are my initials. Yes,
One
I
second,
recognize.
sir. One
I'm
second.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, this was pre-labeled, so I'll re-mark it with a new number. That would be now 568. Thank you. Thank you, Honor. I apologize for that. Okay. I'm gonna show you now what's been marked as 568. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the data for that video that's in that USB.
And you were saying this USB, you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And you viewed it?
I viewed it.
How do you know?
It has my initials on it.
for 557 and 568.
And 567 is, 568 is the thumb drive?
Yes, it's a thumb drive, and 568 is
Judge, may we briefly,
Oh, 568 is the one that goes in front of it, yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, so also as part of the videos that you were able to recover, did you recover any interactions between Mr. Burgos and any of his children?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, can we approach this?
Well,
Because it's gonna
yeah,
probably.
pictures. afternoon break while we iron this one out, and we'll be right back. Remember that we still haven't given you the case, so minor instructions. You take a break too if you need to come right back. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Your Honor, we found the case.
All right, sir, go ahead.
So I want, putting
All right, thank you all. Please have a seat. Oh, Alma, I left in the printer, I printed out a couple of things. Can you bring them? Color. All right, jury's getting ready to come in. he, and I'm aware of the situation. Working on it. We proceed to, the objection is overruled and 558 has been admitted.
Okay. So just to refresh the jury's memory here, our memory, just to refresh our memories before the break, we were, I was asking you that in the investigation of your case and in investigating his phone, that you had found the video of him with his children.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 558. It's already been admitted. Recognize this video. It's USB.
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed, I said. Shut up. What are you crying for? You dramatic little shit. Go to bed.
That's enough, guys.
Did you identify whose voice that is?
Yes.
Whose voice is that?
It's the voice of Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles.
Who else is in the video?
It is his toddler son.
Objection, Your Honor. What's the basis of knowledge?
Well, if you know. That's it, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right. Passed, the witness been passed. Any questions?
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Now, you've testified now 2 times to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified today and last time that you did a phone dump of Ronald Burgos-Aviles' phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you recovered a lot of items during that phone dump.
Correct.
Okay. And you got a search warrant in order to take control and possession of that phone, correct?
Control possession, search warrant?
Yes, sir.
For the dump?
Well, you got a search warrant in order to search.
Yes. In order to search the phone, yes.
Okay. And I could just have. I think it's State's Exhibit 559. Is it still?
559, 558?
Is it everything now?
Everything's in place over here.
Yeah.
That's 558?
This is 558.
Was there 559?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Photo.
I said 559, but I believe this is the exhibit 556 that Mr. Alanis went over with you of Mr. Burgos-Aviles' text messages. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you obtained that search warrant to take possession and search Mr. Burgos-Aviles' phone on April 10th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's the day after the murders. Is that correct?
That's the day after the murders, yes.
And I want to
There you go.
I'm sorry, I struggle with the okay, and on direct examination with Mr. Alanis, he directed your attention to this text message, which was to Renee Alejandro, the supervisor of Mr. Burgos-Aviles, correct?
Correct.
And it indicates LPD Detective Ray Garcia, and then gives an office number, a cell phone number, and says taken over scene, correct?
That's correct.
And that is, you are Detective Raimundo Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you said on direct examination that that was you texting from Mr. Burgos-Aviles' phone. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. Well, who was texting? I want to look at the time is UTC 9:25. So that means it's 4:25 p.m. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Now, you're not telling this jury that it was Mr. Burgos-Aviles who was texting from his phone at 4:25 p.m., are you?
No, I'm not. No.
So, well, do you know who it was who was texting from Mr. Burgos-Aviles' phone at 4:25 p.m.?
I don't. No.
Because I believe, if I remember correctly, you said that Mr. Burgos-Aviles was taken into custody a little before 2 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So at the time this text message was sent, he was at the police station in the video that we watched with Detective Reyes, correct?
That's correct.
So I think it's safe to infer then, sir, that it was not Mr. Burgos-Aviles who sent to his supervisor your name, your phone number, and your cell phone number, and indicated that you had taken over the scene, correct?
That's correct.
But you don't know who that was, right?
I don't know who that was.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I jumped a little early. Getting excited. Now, I said that that's 4:25 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Everybody can see me. And what date is that, sir?
That's April 9th, 2018.
Okay. So, and again, you said that you obtained the search warrant on April 10th. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's clear that prior to you obtaining the search warrant on April 10th, that someone had taken Mr. Burgos-Aviles' phone at that time and were texting his supervisor your name and your information, correct?
I would object to speculation. He said he didn't know. He doesn't know.
So overall, let's answer your question.
Yes. Can you repeat the question, Mr. Rogers?
Well, prior to you obtaining the search warrant, and while Mr. Burgos-Aviles was in custody, you don't know who was texting his supervisor your name and your contact information.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you had previously testified, I believe, at the first phase, the guilt phase, about Facebook messages that you obtained in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the district attorney went through and selected many Facebook messages with you and highlighted them with you. Is that correct? You remember that?
Yes.
And it was the district attorney who selected which Facebook messages he wanted to discuss and show this jury. You remember that?
If he was pointing at the messages, yes.
Okay. Now, I am marking this as defendant's exhibit number 10. 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you recognize that as a page from the Facebook messages that you extracted or that you dumped from Ronald Burgos-Aviles?
Yes, correct.
Correct? Okay. And that's a fair and accurate representation of a page of those Facebook messages?
If you're saying that it's from the Facebook, it is. I recognize some of those messages,
Okay.
yes.
And so.
Any objection?
It's accurate, it's accurate.
No objection.
No objections, it's accurate.
Admitted.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
And, sir, in fact, during our guilt phase, the district attorney, I believe, referred you to this specific message from March 26th, and then the UTC time is, and it's March 26th, UTC time is close to 1 a.m., which makes it about what time, Laredo, sir?
Laredo, it would be 11, 10, 9, 8, 7.
It's not fair. It's
7.
about 8 o'clock, right? 7:56?
7:48.
7:48.
The next, the previous day, March 25th.
March 25th, the same day as the visit to the Winfield Park, which you discussed previously, correct?
Correct.
It was the day that Dominic suffered an injury on his leg.
That's correct.
And from your understanding, Dominic was taken to the hospital that day, correct?
That's correct.
And the district attorney asked you about this message, saying, you know he can get necrosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the district attorney, I want to make sure everyone can see this, and that was from what you've identified as Ronald Burgos-Aviles' Facebook account, right? Burgos-Aviles?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the district attorney did not ask you about two messages above from March 25th, and that time is about what time, sir?
It's 7:53.
I'm going to object, that's mischaracterization. He read all the messages, Your Honor. I don't know, but he.
Overall, the jury will, I'm sorry, it's cross-examination, so we'll take them.
So at this message, at about 7:53, the day of the injury, it's actually Mr. Burgos-Aviles who indicates that Griselda should take Dominic to San Antonio. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
It says, and it's from Burgos-Aviles, right? You should take him to SA, and you understand SA to be San Antonio, correct?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. Or something tomorrow, right? So it was Mr. Burgos-Aviles who was suggesting that she take Dominic to San Antonio, and it was the same day of the incident.
That's correct.
Okay. And he said you should take him tomorrow. Now, from we understand in your investigation of the timeline, this is when it seems as if Griselda is messaging on Facebook with Ronald Burgos-Aviles from the Bad Bunny concert. Is that right?
From here?
Well, I mean, from the time and the date, it's before 8 p.m. on March 25th, correct?
I remember, yes, there was mention of a Bad Bunny concert, yes.
Okay. And so, Mr. Burgos-Aviles, who is convicted, on March 25th, the same day it happened, actually suggests that Dominic be taken to San Antonio. We
Yes.
established that, yes, sir.
Mhm.
And then he actually warns her about necrosis. Isn't that right, sir?
That's correct.
And you were the lead attorney on this big and important case. The lead attorney, I apologize.
Yes, I was the lead
You were the lead detective
investigator,
on
yes.
this, investigator on this big and important case. And you worked in the capers, which is the crimes against persons unit. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
That's an important unit, correct?
Correct.
And you've worked a lot of cases. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you have heard the state's theory that Mr. Burgos-Aviles. Oops. You can see my question. Now, you have heard the state's theory that Mr. Burgos-Aviles injected Dominic with something on March 25th, correct?
Correct.
Now, having worked so many cases and crimes against persons, have you heard of a time where the person who assaulted someone said they should go to the doctor and then gave them a hint about what it was they were poisoned by?
I've had cases where people get assaulted and they say you better go get that checked.
Well, if someone was trying to get away with poisoning someone, would they direct them to something to cure them and tell them where they should go to get cured?
Yeah, I guess so.
I apologize, you guess so? What does that mean, sir? I'm sorry.
So, it is plausible.
Now, you've also heard the state's theory that, and he's convicted. So I understand these are, there's a bigger picture here.
Yeah.
But you've heard the state's theory that Mr. Ronald Burgos-Aviles told Griselda that his name was Anthony, correct? Or that she knew him by Anthony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these messages, the author is Roro, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you wouldn't assume that Roro is a nickname for Anthony, would you?
No.
Okay. Roro would be a nickname for Ronald, correct? More
Yes,
likely.
more than likely, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified on direct examination, I believe today, about recovering child support papers that Griselda filed against Mr. Ronald Burgos-Aviles, correct?
That's correct.
Now, those papers were filed February 1st of 2018, correct?
Yeah, February 9th.
I apologize. Okay. Well, are you sure it's February 9th, sir?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I believe, and again, I recognize that this is not the bigger picture. He's convicted.
Mhm.
And I believe this is, I'm marking this as Defendant's Exhibit 11. Yeah, Cindy. officer, you recognize defendant's exhibit 11, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's the cover page to the application that Griselda Hernandez filed against Ronald Burgos-Aviles, correct?
I don't know if it's the cover page, but it's definitely one of the pages.
Okay, and sir, if I could direct, you've seen that document before, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, it's in evidence as part of the state's case, correct?
Correct.
And there's a date in that lower right-hand corner, correct?
That's correct.
And what does that date say?
It says February 1st,
Okay,
2018.
All right, and so that was a long way to go. So did Griselda Hernandez apply for child support on February 1st or February 9th, sir?
This is an application that she filled out, and she dated it February 1st, 2018.
Okay, and on that application, she indicates the father of Dominic's name is what?
Ronald A. Burgos-Aviles.
Okay, so we know that on February 1st, 2018, right? So more than 2 months before she's murdered, she knows Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles' full name as Ronald, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And like I said, I know that this isn't the big picture. And so I thank you for your patience. Can I have that back?
Do you
Do you have time? Yeah. I just.
Wanting to make sure I try and give some time to one of you all that needs to get to somewhere. I'm going to go ahead and cut off for the day. So tomorrow I'm hoping that I can keep you all here during lunch hour, so maybe we can have a shorter lunch period and just, all right. So we'll order something for you all tomorrow to eat here. So don't make any plans to leave here at noontime. All right. We'll excuse you for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Please rise to adjourn.